Hello, campers! I hope that everyone arrived, who wanted to arrive, and you have a wonderful day so far. So we are going to get into this very nice topic that is going to be the basics of JavaScript. Oh yeah, this is a bad we have a bad typo on the website, but you arrived hopefully, so that's going to be okay. So today we are going to talk about JavaScript and the basics of JavaScript, so how we are going to be able to make our websites interactive. And this is the last topic that we are going to talk about, so this is going to be very, very huge, probably more intense than the previous topics, but let's hope that it is going to be worth it, because you will be able to create little websites that are going to be actually interactive, and you will be able to play with the content. You will be able to handle the user interaction when they are clicking on things, and how to make stuff appear on a web page, and this is what we are going to do. So everybody checked in on the comment section, I hope. So we are going to start the actual topics now. There is a few links in the description, for example, where the exercises are going to be, and this material topics that I'm going to talk about today. And there is also a link that is a GitHub repository that is not created yet. I'm going to create it during this video live while you are watching, as a refreshment or a refreshing of the previous topics, so you get to experience that again a little bit. So without further ado, let's get into business. So we are going to talk about JavaScript. That is a very good question, that what is JavaScript actually? So JavaScript is a programming language, and it is the programming language of the browser. So this is the browser, and for example, Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox or Internet Explorer, all of them are capable of running JavaScript code. Why is that useful? Because HTML and CSS, you saw it already. HTML is good for creating content. CSS is good for styling those content, and JavaScript is good for making stuff happen with that content. So if I want to jump to another part of the page, or want to this thing appear, or some kind of user input to be processed and stuff like that, you will need to use JavaScript. You can use other things as well, but we are going to focus on JavaScript today. So JavaScript is a programming language that the browser can run. So we are going to try JavaScript out in the browser at first, because that's just the easiest way to try it out. And what do you think? Where can we try out JavaScript in the easiest way? Write in the comment section if you know where we are going to try JavaScript out. It is a very easy question, because basically the answer is well, a CodePen is a good guess, but no, we are not going to. Well, we can try it in CodePen, but actually yeah, okay, the CodePen is most of the people's first thought, because obviously CodePen had a third tab where we can try out. But actually, because it is the language of the browser, it is very easy to try it out in the developer tools. So we are going to try it out in the developer console at first. So if you remember how we can open up the developer console, there are multiple ways how to do that, like right-clicking and inspecting, or hitting the shortcut which is F12 on Windows and Command Alt and an I on a Mac, it will open up this this window to the left side or right side, or it can be on the bottom as well. It depends on the browser and your settings, so it can be at a different place. And also, it can be it can happen that you are not on the console tab. You can be on the Elements tab. In that case, you just need to switch to the console tab here, or if you don't see it, there is a list there, so probably there is somewhere there, so you can go over here and try out or open the console. So something like this you will see. It can be different again in different browsers. So some browsers are going to display this a little bit differently, but if you're using Google Chrome, you are going to probably see something like this. I'm going to increase this a little bit so you will see better, hopefully. And do that. So the first thing that we are going to try out is to type in something. So here you can see that there is a cursor. We can it is blinking, indicating that we can type in something. So basically, you are going to be able to type in anything. The thing is that this is going to be JavaScript code, and it is going to be executed if you hit the Enter or the Return key on the keyboard. So if you type something that is not a valid JavaScript code, so for example, hello world, then you will get an error because this is not a valid JavaScript code. We will get back to what this actually mean, but what does this actually mean? But so far we will start with the basics. So in every programming language, you will probably want to use all sorts of values, like we used in CSS, for example, pixels and colors and values like that. And in JavaScript, for example, you can easily use numbers, and you can have any kind of operations on numbers. So if you type a number in the console, that is going to be something that is good, that makes sense for the JavaScript point of view. And also, if you want to like add two numbers together, like 15 and 5, you can then the JavaScript is going to execute that, and you will get the result of this operation. And usually in programming, in some programming languages, there is a rule that you have to close every line of code with a semicolon, this character. In JavaScript, this is kind of weird because it is optional. You can use it or not use it. Some people using it because it makes their code look better for them. Some people are not using it, so this and the previous one is going to work exactly the same. Sometimes people are putting semicolons at the end of the lines, sometimes they don't. So don't worry if you don't see one. Usually it is a good practice to have a semicolon at the end of the sentence or at the end of the line, because it is going to indicate that that is the end of your line of code, and the next line is going to be a different statement. Because these are basically statements in JavaScript. So a line of code is going to be a JavaScript statement that we are going to do. So there are many operators that you can use. You can use subtraction, multiplication, division, just like you would normally use them. And if you hit the enter, then you will get the result back. And we can also have multiplication, and it works like as expected. And let's try 15/3, and it is going to also work. So the basic mathematical operations are going to work, and this is very nice. But this is not really interesting. when the interesting part starts actually is that we can store these values in variables. If you learned basic mathematics in high school, probably you remember variables. It is kind of similar, but a little bit different. But the point is that there are values that can have names, and then you can set the values to those names. So, for example, if you want to create a variable in JavaScript, you need to use the let keyword. This is going to be the keyword. These are just my previously used things, so ignore them. And then you can name the variable, which is going to be variable in this case. So this is going to be the name of the variable. This can be anything, for example, age. And then you need to, or actually this is already also fine. So you can just create a variable like this. In this case, oh, right, because my face is not looking like good. Okay, sorry. I'm going to scroll this up. Just a minute. If I can get that thing to, yes, I see that. Calm yourself. So I'm going to have this like this. Is it okay now? I hope that it is. And I will put this in here also. Okay, so the point is that you can create a variable with the let keyword, and then you can have a name of the variable, and this name of the variable can be anything. Just remember that just like in you used to things like class names already, and in HTML and CSS, this is also something that can have spaces in them, because the space is going to be something that separates code parts. So if you use a space, then this variable is, or the name of the variable is ending. So you can have like age of Adam as a variable name, because this is not going to be good. What you can use is to somehow replace the spaces. If you want to, you can use underscores, and then it is going to be something that is that is good. And or you can use camel case naming, that is something like this. So instead of having the spaces, whenever you are starting a new word, you just start it with a uppercase character. And then you can actually set a value to this variable, because so far we created age, but it doesn't have a value. So age is there, but it doesn't hold any value, and we can put, for example, a number value into this variable. You can do it with the equals sign. So you can say that age equals 33, for example, and then whenever we access or try to use age again, we will get 33 again. And obviously you can use this with operators, just like before. We used the division operator, and I can divide my age by 3 and I will get 11 back. So it works kind of how you would expect it to work with a variable. This is 33 actually. We just don't see 33 here. We see that it is called age. You can do this two things, like creating a variable and assigning the variable's value. This is what's called assigning a value to a variable. You can do this in one step, so you don't have to do it in two different lines. This is usually how it's done actually. So let's create another variable that is going to be age of Adam, and it is going to be 33. So you can combine these two things together. And now if I try to use age of Adam, I will be able to. Again, you can use the tab to autocomplete. This is what I did here. Age of, and I hit the tab, and then you will be able to see that probably it autocompletes on your machine as well, I hope. So now we can use age of Adam as well. We have two variables, age and age of Adam, and both of them are actually 33. If you want to change one of the values of these variables, you can easily change them by just using the variable name and the equal sign again. So if I want to change the age, I can just do it like that, and the age is going to have a new value. The previous value is going to be destroyed from the entire universe, and the new value is going to be stored in this variable. So one common mistake that on first encounter usually people do is that you want to reassign the value to a variable that is already existing, and you use the let keyword. So if I say age 50 with the let keyword, then it is going to give me an error. It should give me an error. JavaScript is weird. And so this is not supposed to work in most programming languages, but it works right now. So let's just ignore that. But if you ever encounter something like this, that you can't redefine a variable or something like that, then probably it is because you already defined it before. So we will see. Probably it is just because of the console is working a little bit different, and it doesn't give us the error. But we will try it out in actual Visual Studio Code, and we will see how it works. So yeah, if you already have an age variable, you don't need to use the let keyword. You can just say that age is going to be 50, and then it is going to work. And okay, so these are the very basics of variables. You can use variables on the other side of this. So you can have age of Adam, for example, here. So you want to have the age value to be overridden with the age of Adam's value. You can perfectly do that. You can also combine this with addition or any other operation that you want, and then it's going to work. So now age is going to be 47 because age of Adam is 33 plus 14 is going to be 47. So this is like high school mathematics, or very similar. I hope that is not confusing that much, but that is the basics of variables. You not just want to probably use numbers in variables. Sometimes you want to store texts, for example, the name of the user, or a blog post, or something else. And in most programming languages, when you want to type some text value, you need to use quotation marks. In JavaScript, you can also use quotation marks for having a text value. So, for example, hello world is going to be a text value, which you can also put into a variable if you want to. If you notice, the result is going to be actually with double quotation marks. That also works. So this is also good. You can use both of them. Actually, there is no not much difference in between them. Again, this is a personal choice of the developer, which one they prefer to use. There is one exception where it is actually a useful thing to have both of these working, because for example, if you want to use the single quotation mark or the double quotation mark in the actual text, then you can use it if you use the other one for having it. So for example, if I want to say Adam's age, then this is going to be a good thing, because here I start the text and here I close the text value, and this is going to be just part of the text and not actually closing the text. But if I do this like this, Adam's age, then I will get an error, because here you can see the coloring. I closed the text after the first quotation, and it is the rest of it is just not valid JavaScript code anymore, because it is not a text. JavaScript expects something valid there. So you can use both of them, but if you want to use a quotation mark inside of the text, then you need to use either the double or the single, depending on what you want to use inside. Okay, and there is actually a third one. If you want to use both, then there is a backtick character that is going to be working exactly the same. Age is 33, and then you will be able to use both of them in the text value. This backtick is actually good for different things as well, but I will get back. No, actually, I can talk about it here. Yeah, you can do that. So what is this backtick is good for is that you can use variables inside of the backticks easily. So for example, we know that I have an age of Adam variable already, so I can say Adam's age is, and here you can use this syntax or special key combination, but the point is that after a $sign and between these curly braces, here you can actually use JavaScript variables. So if I say age of Adam, or you can already see that with the age it is printing out 47 at the result row, but if I say age of Adam, then I will get Adam's age is 33. Okay, so this is how you can very basically use texts and combine them with previously variables. This is going to be inside of the exercises again written down. So if you don't remember exactly how this was, you will get it tomorrow in the exercises, just like before, with simple basic exercises to try out all these things, but you can also try out all of them now. Okay, so these are the basics of strings. What I want to show you is also about strings or texts. You can check, for example, how long is a string. How long is this? If after the string, so this is the whole string. So if you put the after the whole string, you put a dot, and there you will be able to do a bunch of things with these strings, like cut them or get a certain character from a certain place, or just remove the parts of it, or stuff like that, or many things you can do. And you can see that there are a lot of possibilities here that is going to be introduced by the developer tools for you, what you can use. But for example, let's try out the length. So if you want to, you can check how long is a text with this dot length at the end. This also works with variables, obviously. So if a variable's value is a text, so let's create a text. This is my text. Then you will be able to say the text.length and get the length of the text back as a value. And then you can also put that in a variable, or you can add numbers to it, or divide it by numbers, and anything you want. Probably you want to do some calculation if you are already calculating how long is a text. But there are many things that you can do with texts. For example, let's get a character from the 4th position that is just a space. So let's try the 5th position, that is going to be the I character from this text. So there are many things. I won't go through all of them because we won't really need any of them during the exercises. But if you are interested, you can find descriptions on the internet what you can do with the texts or strings actually in JavaScript. And some of them. So far we put 2 type of things into variables: numbers like age, and strings like text. And some of the programming languages are actually making a difference in the types of variables. So you have to specifically tell that, okay, I'm going to create a variable and the value in that variable needs to be a number. Or I'm going to create a variable and that value in the variable needs to be a text. This is not something that you have to do in JavaScript. In fact, you can actually put a number into this text variable after we already put a text in before. So this is perfectly doable, though not advised to do so. So this is not a good practice. If you created a variable with a text content at first, it should be a text because probably you will use it as a text later on. So if you put a number in there somewhere in your code, then it can cause problems, because obviously now that a text is not a text actually, or not a string, it won't have a length because a number is not something that has a length. A text or a string will have a length like that. So this is something that you can do. This was just for some of those who already are familiar with variables and types. But if you're not, then the point is just that if you created a variable and you put some string in it, then keep that to be something that it is going to be holding a string. And if you have a number that is in a variable, then if you change that variable, also have a number in that variable. All right. So basically this is the very basic idea of variables. Why are these useful? Is because we will store everything in variables. We will store as you can see, you can store texts and numbers, but we will be able to store even like whole titles or whole pages in variables, and we will be able to play with them like we could with this text. Like we could get a character from it, or we can check if it's ending with let's say text or something. And then we will see that this is a true something. So we can store many things in variables, and you will work a lot with variables, and not just texts are going to be in them, but any kind of virtual things like pages or parts of pages, and we can put them into the page even. So this is going to be very important, that you can use variables very comfortably, and so feel free to try these out in the developer console, because it is very important that you are okay with creating a variable. This is used with the let keyword. So let's create another thing that is going to be a text, and it is going to be a hello, stay at home bootcamp, coding camp, sorry. So this is something that is going to be many times used during the next exercise list, or during the next workshop, and also like trying to modify the value of it if you need to. So let's say modifying the value. So these are the things that are going to be very much used. And then there is the three other things here that we haven't talked about, and actually they are again new types of things that we can put into variables. The first one is a Boolean. Do you know what a Boolean value is, or how does it look like? If you know, then you can try to put it into the comments. If you know what a Boolean can be, what is a value for the Boolean, and then I will create my first write Boolean. Exactly. Many of you already know this, but the Boolean is basically going to be a logical type that has only two possible values. The first one is, depending where you start, the first one is true, the second one is false. In JavaScript you can say true, or you can say false, and both of them are going to be good. And why is this useful? Because sometimes you want to check things, and then you will need to tell if some sentence is correct or some sentence is not correct. So you will probably say a statement, and you will check if that statement is true or false. So for example, the previous example that I tried, that another ends with something. This sounds like a sentence that is checking something. So I can say that this another ends with value, because right now it is ending with that, because we changed that, and you can see that it is going to give us back a true value. And if I say something like not value, not that, then we will see that the another text is right now not ending with not that, because that is not right now the value of it. So these are going to be very useful later on when we are going to try them out. And there are special operators. There is a good question in the comment section that yes, you can create variables with many keywords in JavaScript. Let is the most modern and most general, so this is why I'm using let all the time. But there are other keywords for it, like var or const, and these are also good for creating variables. I will keep using let because that is the best choice for beginning on this journey. yeah, var is not really a good thing to use anymore right now. So this is something that you should avoid, but there are others that you can use other than lat. But let's just use lat. That's the most commonly used probably right now. So if you want to create a variable, you can use lat. That is going to be the best choice for now. So with the booleans, you have a couple of special you have a couple of special what's that called, operators, because you want to have some kind of logical operators. You probably already know if you learned some kind of logical mathematics somewhere, but the point is that you have logical and logical or, and you can check if two Boolean values are satisfying. Then it works kind of like how you would read them out loud. So if you have two values like a and this is the operator for the and, b, not blur but just b. So in this case, if a is true, and, or not, let's just start with how we would say, so a and b, so we will get back a Boolean result from this operator. So this is going to be either true or false. And if you say it out loud, a and b, then you can think about it like a and b. When a and b is going to be true, a and b is going to be true if a and b is also true. So this is going to be true if both of them are true. If one of them is false, then it is going to be false, and if both of them are false, it is going to be also false. And there is the other operator that is or. Again, I'm going to go back to the a and b example. So a or b, it is like when it is going to be when this whole thing is going to be true, if a or b is true. So if a or b is true, either one of them or both of them, then it is going to be true. If one of them is false, it is still going to be true, and if both of them is false, then it is going to be false. But that's enough about logics. This is going to be useful later when we are going to have little conditions and you want to combine two types of things, like checking the length of the password and checking that the password should contain a number or something. You want to have both of these things to happen at the same time, so you can combine these two checks with an AND, logical AND operator, or something similar. Okay, and so these are the booleans. We will use this more a little bit later, so don't worry if you are not okay with this so far. And the last two things are going to be a little bit more complicated things. The first one is an array that we can put, and also you can put this into variables, but I already showed that here, my first boolean. Okay. So the next thing that we are going to talk about is arrays. Arrays is basically a list of values. So far, we only had like one value in this variable, but let's imagine that we are creating a website, that an actually website, and we will have like blog posts. What we can do is create a post, and it is going to be, this is my post I am very happy, something like that. But then if you want to create another post, you will need to create another variable. This is my second post, and so on and so forth. And it is not going to be very, very convenient. Like if you have 1,000 posts or something, then you will have these variables like listed below each other, and it is not really a useful thing or convenient thing to do. So instead of that, you can actually put values into basically a list, and then you don't have to have separate variables for all of them. You will just have a list type of thing, and then you can put as many values in it as you want. So how do we do that in JavaScript? Basically, let's say that we were going to have not a post but a colors, let's say, and in order to create an array, that is how we programmers call this list type of value. In order to create an array, you need to use the square brackets. So if you open up a square bracket, you will create an array, and if you use the other part, then you will close it. And this is going to be an empty array, like this right now. So the colors array doesn't have any items in it or anything in it, but you can put any kind of values inside of it that we used before. So strings, numbers, or booleans. Basically, that's what we used so far. So we can put like orange here, and this is going to be one value inside of this. But you can also put more with the comma. So after a comma, you can have blue, we can have green, and we can have a lot more colors. That is going to be basically that is going to be basically any you can put any number of things in that, and you can even put different type of things in it. So let's create a new array that is different, and we can put into this different even a number or a text and true value. So they are going to be inside of the array, while the colors is just having texts inside of that, inside the colors array. In the different array, we have different values like number, the text, and this boolean. Usually, you want to have the same type of things in an array. Again, it is not mandatory, so sometimes you can have different types in it, but generally you want to do the same things, just like the example that I used. So you will have posts in the array. Yeah, I am covering a bit. Maybe I will move my head a little bit into a different position, so you won't be bothered by it. I can do that actually. I just remember that. So, yeah. So basically, you can. What I mentioned in the example is that you are going to probably have posts, different posts, but they are going to be the same. They are all posts, and those are going to be in one array. Or in this situation, colors. You are going to have colors, and they are all going to be different colors, but they are all going to be text or strings because they are colors. and something like this that is different, that is not really often going to happen. So usually you will have the same things. So for example, here in this page, you can have an array of the titles, or you can have an array of the blocks. But on Facebook, for example, you can have an array of the posts on the news feed, or the array of the persons who liked the post, or an array of the comments on the posts, and so on. So there are many things where you will be able to use arrays, because they are usually always going to be the same thing, just with different values. And also, like, usually you want to put new stuff into the arrays, or you want to modify the arrays. This is something that you will be able to do with the dot. So for example, if we have the dot, we can, you already see that we can actually check the length of the array. That is going to be 4, because we have 4 items in it. I'm sorry. So we have 4 items in it, but we can also, colors have a lot of things that we can do with arrays. Again, I'm not going to show all of them, but you can check them out if you want. There is the very good documentation on Mozilla Developer Network, MDN array, and you can see what every function is going to be able to do. So here are all the things that you are able to do with an array, and if you want to, you can check what this is going to do. There is example in JavaScript, and you can even try it out. So it is going to be a convenient way to understand the different functions, but we are not going to need to use all of them at this point. There are a lot of possibilities that you can do. What we are going to use, though, is probably to put new elements into this array. So how do you do that? You can use the push, and then with the simple parentheses, and in between the simple parentheses, you can push a new element. So for example, yellow, we can have that. And now that if we see the colors, or we can check the colors, we will see that we have 5 elements in the colors. Okay, so if the question was that we should why we should use different type of arrays, we shouldn't use different type of arrays. I just showed you that it is possible to do, but we shouldn't. So this is not something that we usually do. We usually have something like this, where the elements are very similar to each other. They just represent different values, but of the same thing or same type. So if I have a colors array, then I will have different colors in the array. If I have comments, then I will have comments in the array. But you won't really have an array where you have a post and a comment and the color and the like and stuff like that together. That's not really a useful thing. But in some cases, when you need to hacky situation or hack something quickly, and you don't have a better quick solution, sometimes it can happen. But I don't have any particular example for that. Okay, and yeah, you can put into specific places into the array. You can even remove things from the array. There are many things that you can do, and I'm not sure how to put into the perfect place, to a specific place, but with the pop you can remove elements from the array. So for example, if I want to remove the orange, No, this is not how it works. Well, everybody learns new things, so we can check how the pop actually works. Pop is going to remove the last element from the array. Okay, there is no actual parameter there, so we can just use it like this, and then you will remove the last element from the array. So I popped twice, so I will have colors that is actually 3 element long. And if you want to put something into a specific place, there are 2 ways to actually do that, or one that is coming to my mind. If you want to override a specific element, if you actually want to read a specific element, we haven't talked about that. So, for example, if I just want to have this blue, or actually we are already just down here, so if I just want to do something with this blue and not the whole array, I can actually access that. I can actually access that element with again using the square brackets, and then inside the square brackets I can specify the number of the elements. Right now I have 3 elements in this array, so I can have the 0th element, or the 1st element, or the 2nd element, because we are programmers, and we start to count from 0 and not from 1. So every time you are using an array, the first element is going to be actually the 0th element. So this is the 0 orange, and the last one is going to be the 2nd element, or the last one. And if you say 3 here, then you will get an undefined, meaning that this value is not there. This array doesn't have a 3rd value. Okay, so this is how you can get a specific element, and this is how you can override a specific element. So if I want to override this with a new value, let's say what we had before, purple, then the colors is going to be changed, and the last element is going to be purple. And you can do that with any element. Like with the first one, we can say that it is going to be something that is actually, we can also say that it is going to be the first element of the colors, and then we will have the blue twice in the colors. So this is perfectly valid. You can even combine this thing, so ish, and then we will have blue-ish, and the blue and the purple. So you can use these things, operators and assignments together. And I think that was enough information for the first part. So let's have a 10-minute break, and then we will continue with the objects and then the second part. How about that? So we're going to continue at 16:05. Next part at equals 16:05, like that. Okay. Okay, so see you then. All right, I'm back. I hope that you are too. So, if everybody is back from a tea or a refreshment of nice beer or anything that you are doing during these quarantine times, let's play a game in the meantime. I'm going to put some riddle here that is going to be something like a very, very basic of using the Boolean operators. So let's try to see if you can figure this out. If I remove, obviously, the quotation marks, because otherwise it would be printed out and it wouldn't be that hard to check. So what is going to be the result of this very, very complicated Boolean operation? What do you think? So put it in the comments, and if there are many guesses, then we will see who is wrong and who is right, who can figure it out. Okay, there is coming many tips. That's all right. I didn't trick you. I tried so hard, but I never managed to trick you. Okay, so let's see if all of you are actually correct, and all of you are correct. This is so cool, because I was thinking that it might be very, very hard at the beginning, but I guess then you are just fantastic in this. So it is so great. Okay. So let's. I hope that now everybody arrived back to the stream, and we can continue with the new parts. So what we left from the first part was the objects, and the objects are kind of a different thing that we saw before, because they can, but a little bit similar to arrays, because they can hold multiple values, but they are going to be actually like a complicated value that has multiple parts, but they are still one thing. What I'm talking about is that, like in an array, you have multiple values that are different values of the same type, but an object is going to have different parts that you can specify. So, for example, if I'm going back to the post or blog post or Facebook post type of example, an object can have a title that is a text. An object can have a description that is going to be, the post has a description that is going to be also a text, and then it can have a like count that is a number, and it can also have a comment list that is an array. So these are all the things together that is an actual post. And if you want to put it into if you want to put them into variables, you either create 4 different variables for the 4 different values, like let title equals my post, and then let description equals, you don't have to put the spaces though, but I like to, my first post, awesome. And then you have a like count that is going to be, let's say, 12 people are liking it, and let comments equals cool, nice job, and so on. These are just text comments. They don't have any users or anything like that. Just the texts in the comments to make it simple. So this is the 4 things that you want to put together, and you can put it together in an object. So let's create an object, and an object is going to look like so we're going to create a post that is going to be so if you want to create an object, you usually create it with using the, not usually, you always create it with curly braces, and after the curly braces on separate lines, you can do it in the same line, but usually we are separating it into different lines. And notice that I also again used indentation here, so I'm typing a little bit of farther away from the start of the editor start. So here we can specify kind of like variables and values to those variables. So let's just do the same title, and the only difference is that now that we are inside an object, we are not going to use the equal sign, you're going to use the comma. No comma, this is not a comma, this is colon, I guess colon. So this is going to be my post, and because we are in an object, we need to separate the different parts of the object with a comma. So this is how it is going to look like. The description is going to be my first post. Awesome. And then the like count is going to be 12, and the comments is going to be cool, nice job. And then we are closing this thing with the closing curly braces and the semicolon. If you want to, I usually advise it to have that. And now we created a very, very complicated object. And why is this good? Because we put together many things into basically one variable, and we can use this at one place. We can access it with one variable, and we can pass it around if you want to put it into different parts of our code that will do different things with it. We can put it in an array, so we can have a posts array that will contain post elements in it, and multiple of them, and then we can do many things with this very complicated object. How you can get parts of the object is very similar to what we did before with other variables. If you hit the dot after the created object, you can get parts of the object, like the title, for example, and then we will get back just the post. Or if we want to have the like count, we can have the like count. And just like with previous values and variables, you can override these if you want to, using the equal sign again, and then the whole post is now changed because we have a new like count as in 15. So this is basically how you can combine multiple values together. These can be different type of values. This is intentional that I use different types. So here there is a string, here is this just a number, and this is an array. This is perfectly normal for an object that it will have different type of things. That's the whole point. We want to like group together this information that we are storing in a variable, and this is going to basically describe a post in our application. You only need to store whatever you want to actually use in your application. So if we want to display a title for our posts, we have a description for our posts, and we want to have a like button where we count how many likes are there, and we want to have like text-based comments, then probably this is something that we will have in an object. But if we don't have comments, obviously we don't need this part. Or if we don't have likes, we don't need these two parts as well. So it is perfectly fine just to have a title and a description, or a username and a password combination together can be put into an object, and many other things. So if you want some information that is of one thing, one object actually. So if that's why it is called object. A post is an object. If you just translate literally the name object, then post is going to be an object. If you want to store different parts of the information in one variable, then you can create an object for it and have different parts with names. So basically like putting together a couple of variables and combining them. So the combining variables, I already showed you. What do I mean by combining variables? That you can use in statements. You can use like this is an array right now, right? So we can actually use the push put into new element in it, and we can put another comment here, just like this. But we can also create a comment variable that is going to be a new comment. For example, a first comment, and this is not going to be the first one, but he imagined that he's the first one who wrote it. And then we can put this into the comments using the same idea, just replacing the actual thing there with the variable that we want to put in there. So this is going to be the first comment, and we can put it into the comments array of this post. And so anything that is a value, you can use it as a value, and you can use the variable as the value, just how we did many things before. So if there is a text here, then you can replace it with a variable that has a text value. If here is a Boolean value, we can replace it with a variable or an expression, a whole complicated statement that is going to be a Boolean value. Or here, just like how I did it here, like with the bluish, if we want to, well, the rest of it is not really a good example for that. So, but the point is that every time you are using an exact value, like typing a text or putting a number, you can always replace that with any variable that holds another value. So instead of saying that post dot like count is going to be 15, you can also say that well, what happens if somebody clicked the like button? Well, you want to increase the like count by 1. So then the post like count is going to be the previous value of the post like count plus 1. So now we increased the likes by 1 because someone clicked the like button. Or if if you want to decrease same thing. You can do it with having the minus sign, because there is a dislike button, and so if there is a dislike, then this is going to happen. If there is a like, then this is going to happen, and then it is going to be very dynamic based on the current value of the like count. It is going to be recalculated. So this is how actually a like button is probably implemented on a very, very basic level. And yes, there are comments about it. You can actually shorten. So this is so much common to use this kind of thing, that you want to increase the value of a variable by 1. That you can do it using a special operator. And let's try it out. So we have the age that is 47, and you can increase the age by 1 by using the plus sign. So if I'm using the age again, I'm going to have a bigger value than before. And you can put it in before the age, even if you want to, or after the age. It doesn't matter. Both of them is going to increase the age, but usually you will see that we will use it in a very specific very specific place. Question about where are these values are stored. These values are stored in the browser. So this is the software that runs the JavaScript. So these values are in the browser. But because your browser actually uses your computer's resources, those and that's why browsers will use actually your computer's memory. Basically, these values are going to be stored in the memory on the long run of your computer. But yeah, so this is not really relevant from our perspective, because we just use them. And if you want to get very deep into how this works, you can, obviously, but probably not with JavaScript, because JavaScript is a very top level programming language, like that is very far away from the actual physical machine or the physical computer. There are many layers between them. There is the operating system, there is the browser, and those are very far away from each other. But there are programming languages with what you can more accurately modify and play around in the actual physical RAM of your computer. But ultimately, at the long story short, these values are still going to be stored in your RAM. Yeah, kind of but it still, like that's how a browser works. So even if they are stored in the RAM, if you refresh the page, then the browser is going to erase everything from the RAM, because it is going to load a new page, and in order to load the new page, it is going to clean up the space that was used in the physical RAM before. So basically, it is kind of, you can think about it as it is stored in the browser tab. So if you close the browser tab, these values are going to be lost. If you refresh the page, these values are going to be lost. And we combined the variables, and we need to compare the variables. So how do we compare variables? The most and easiest way, obviously, the most and obvious thing that you want to do with two variables is to check if they are the same because like you want to check if a password length is or no, the password is matching the user's password. So two text values are matching together. And in JavaScript, you can, and most programming languages, you can use the equal sign for that. But if you remember, we already used the equal sign. So when we are creating a new something, and we are putting a value into it, like let's say 5, we are using the equal sign. And in programming, the program and the computer is going to understand the code, so it can't really make a distinction between this equal sign and another equal sign when we want to actually compare another with another value. So from the computer's perspective, this is just one equal sign, and this is just one equal sign. And even if I want to compare right now values, the computer can tell the difference. So we have to make it a little bit different, so the computer can easily understand. And this is why we are actually using not 1 but 3 equal sign to check if the two values are the same. So right now we are going to get a false value here at the bottom, because the new something is obviously not 15. But if I change it to 5, then we are going to get back a true value. Many programming languages use actually 2 equal sign. In JavaScript there is also 2 equal sign, but usually you should use 3 equal sign, because that also is checking if they are the same type. If you don't know what that is, then it's not really or does that matter? It's not really important. The point is that you should use 3 equal sign, and that's it, in order to check two values together. You can also check if they are not the same. So if, for example, we want to check if this new something is not 10, let's say, then we will get a true value again. This sentence or this statement or this expression, however you like to call it, it is going to be, they are not going to be the same, so this expression is going to be a true expression. New something is not 10, but it is, for example, if we check if new something is not 5, we will get a false, because this is not a true sentence anymore. New something is not 5, that's not true, that's false, because it is 5. And yes, we can do checks with for objects and strings as well. So you can check if 2 hello strings are the same or not. And you can check any other types. There is a tricky part. So for example, we had the post, and we can check if this is equals to the post, then we will get back a true thing. But if I have a different post, for example, or a different object here, I will get a false back. And this is true for the arrays. Yeah, databases, we are not going to cover databases with during this course. Maybe we will have a short tutorial at the very end of the course, because that's basically the last bit of software development or an application that is not getting introduced a little bit into this whole thing. But to answer the question, yeah, you can totally use databases with JavaScript, but we will focus on not the databasey part, but more like the front end part, where we can actually interact with the user with JavaScript. And that's a little bit of different perspective, but it is more visible and feelable. What you are doing is happening, and you can see the result. But we can direct you to very good tutorials later if you want to learn how to handle those type of things, or you can come to our longer courses where we actually teach those type of things as well. Okay, so we started to compare values. Obviously, if you are comparing two numbers, then you will need to use like more operators. But what you imagine, those things, like how can I compare two numbers? Can they be the same? Can they be bigger than one another or smaller than one another? Those things are going to be available. So I can say that 5 is smaller than 10, or 5 is smaller or equal than 10, and also I can have the other way around as well. And I think that's all the comparing variables. So this is basically what you can do with variables, and what you will be able to use. So let's get into Visual Studio Code and try these in actually a HTML or like on the computer that we actually run, and not just in the developer console. And how does that work? So in order for you to be able to follow that, I put a link into the description. That is a GitHub page, and that is not available yet because I'm going to create it now, so you can see how can you create basically a repo again, or a repository again, and download it and upload stuff to it. So I'm going to create that now. In order to do that, I'm going to go to GitHub. You can create a repository on your machine using the GitHub desktop application, but you can also create a repository on GitHub, because there is a plus sign here at the next to your face, basically, or next to your profile image, and you can just create a new repository from here as well. And I will say that I want to create a repository that is going to be under Green Fox Academy, so you will be able to find it easily. And I named it, let's just check maybe because I forgot it already. I named it like this. So Stay at Home JavaScript Examples March 30. And it is going to be a public repository, so you will be able to see it. And basically, we don't want to initialize a README, and I don't know if I need to add the license, but we'll add the license later, so if we need to. So I will create this, and this is basically an initialized repository on GitHub. This is basically an empty repository. It doesn't contain anything, but we can download it. There's a quick setup here. Actually, it is showing for me that there is a quick setup in desktop. This is their actual desktop application. Or here is the URL that you need to copy for the URL tab if you want to add it like that. And here is the command line version. There is a command line version for Git, how you can use it. You don't probably need it, so there is an or, either this or this. So this is basically what I'm going to do, set up in desktop, but I can also like copy this thing and put it into clone repository from the internet, and then go here in URL, and then I'm going to be able to clone it. But I want to try out actually this button if it is working. So I clicked on it, and it is going to say open GitHub Desktop, open GitHub Desktop, and I get exactly the same thing. Okay, so I will just go and look through. Okay, that is going to be a good place right now for me. So okay, then clone it. So I cloned that into my my local machine. Now it is on my computer. So yeah, it is basically the folder that is existing here. It's an empty folder right now, and it is existing in my computer. If you want to open like a actual thing that is going to be, I put it into the temp or test. So it is going to be here in GreenFox, and there is this folder, and it is an empty folder. So this is basically it, what we did so far. But if we put something here, then we will be able to put it up and play with it. Okay, so I will open it in Visual Studio Code, and I hope that you can see that. And right now, this is what I have here, an empty folder. So I will create a new file that is going to be index.html, and I will create not this one, but the HTML5 HTML structure. So this is JavaScript examples, and how we can put JavaScript into an HTML. Let's just try it out if it is working. Hello world, and I will run this with live server. So it is working. That's very nice, and I'm perfectly happy. But the point is that how can we put a JavaScript tag into, or a JavaScript into HTML, and how can we combine JavaScript with a website? Is that we can use a script tag in HTML. You can usually where the place is for that is if you remember, the place for CSS is here in the head tag. So this is where we put the link CSS if we have one. I will create one so we can have styles as well. H1 color red. So let's check if it's working. It is working perfectly. So but for putting the JavaScript parts, we usually want to put it in to the last line of the body tag. So this is the place. Even if you have a very long HTML, you want to put it basically before the closing the body tag. And why is that necessary, or why is that like a good practice? It's because usually with JavaScript you want to like play with the HTML elements that is before that JavaScript tag. So if you put it at the last position, of the HTML. So the JavaScript is going to be only loaded when all the other parts are already loaded. Then you will be able to play with those previously loaded parts. If you put it at the top, then if you want to modify, for example, this part, it might happen that it is not yet loaded, so you won't find anything. If you put it at the last position, everything before is going to be loaded, so you don't have to worry about that. So this is where I'm going to put a script tag. And there are two things that you can do. You can either put JavaScript here in between the script tag, or you can create a JavaScript file. So you can create a JavaScript file. You can either put it in here, like what did we do before? Let name equals Adam. It's not big enough probably, so I will make it bigger. But the point is that you can have the same type of things that we did in the console before. Or you can create a JavaScript file that, just like the CSS file, is going to be sitting next to your HTML. But so let's do that instead of putting it here. In order to include, you can use the source attribute of the script tag, and we are going to use scripts.javascript file. This is what we are going to use, scripts.js. And now hopefully these two things are connected together. How can we test that? Well, we can test it easily if we type something into the script that will have an effect. And the easiest thing that how we can affect is to put something on the developer console. That's why we actually used it before, because usually developers are putting a lot of things into the developer console to check if their JavaScript is working as it's supposed to, or not. So how you can put something into the developer console is called console log. So if I'm doing this, that's basically going to print something that I put between the parentheses. It can be a variable, it can be a simple text, it can be a number. So let's put this is JavaScript. JavaScript is working into the console. And if we reload the page and check the console, I hope that open up the console. I hope that we will see that JavaScript is working. And we also have these things in this console, because there is some Chrome extension that I have. Maybe you will have some things too, but it doesn't matter. Our message is here. Not just us can write into this console. The Chrome, the browser, extensions, and a lot of stuff can actually write here. So it is not. It doesn't matter if you have other things. If you have your message, then it's fine. Sometimes you have to find it though. So JavaScript is loaded, and we are actually having our first sentence from the HTML. I mean the JavaScript from our machine. Okay. Let's move on. conditions is going to be the next big thing that we are going to talk about. So basically, I don't need this anymore. Basically, what we tried so far is a lot of things. Actually, we can, I can even maybe copy these, so you will be able to check all of these things. Maybe not all of them, but I will. Wow, there is a lot of them. I will leave them here and I will comment them out, so we don't get errors and every time. But everything that I typed into the developer console is here. You can check it if you want to. But the point is that we can try things out that we created here. For example, we can have the colors array. I will copy the colors array here so I don't have to type it. And we can have the very complicated object that we created at the end. I will copy this as well to the top. And if I uncomment this, we can actually console log these out as well. So I will say console log and colors and console log post. So we are logging out that JavaScript is working, and then we are creating a bunch of variables, and then we are logging out those variables. Let's see if it works. JavaScript example. Yes, they are all logged out, so it is working perfectly. Commenting and uncommenting is control plus / or comment if you are on a Mac for refreshment of this. So usually a program is going to run line by line. So this is why I told you, like, this is what we are printing out first. Then we are creating a bunch of colors in an array. Then we are creating a post object. It's going to have a title, description, like count in the comments. And then we are console logging out the colors first and then the post next. So this is going to be executed line by line. It won't happen that you are going to have the JavaScript is working after the colors in here. That's not possible. That is okay. Yeah, I can see that something is not good. Ripstream. I can see. Refresh. In the meantime, I can move this around here. Works. Okay. So, okay. Everything is back to normal, I hope, at least. So this is how it's going to be, line by line. All right. If it's not happening, like something is not, you don't write something out, like you have console log, then and you don't see an error or anything in the console, that means that probably you don't included the JavaScript properly. So probably you need to check this line in your HTML Is this having the same name? The JavaScript file's name is correct. This is the same. Am I even having one? That can happen. Or have I refreshed the page because it has to be refreshed? Have I saved the JavaScript file? So many things can go wrong. Don't worry, you will probably figure it out. It's just probably a simple mistake. Don't worry about it. So let's try to get into the conditions before a break, because that is probably doable before the break. So what a condition is that sometimes you want to have a single line of execution, and that is totally fine. But sometimes you want to do something if something happened, and do something else if something doesn't happen. What am I thinking of is basically very simple. Again, going back to Facebook, that's the easiest analogy that I have, or metaphor. If the user is logged in, then I want to display the news feed. But if the user is not logged in, then I want to display the login form where the user can log in. So sometimes you need to have this scenario where you need to divide your execution into two parts based on a condition, or a true or false statement, basically. And we already know how we can create true or false statements using booleans. But how can we divide the code into two is by using the if keyword, that is going to be basically this simple thing. And it is kind of like a sentence. If you try it out loud, try to read it out loud, it is going to very, very much seem to like an English sentence. So if something, in simple parentheses, this is the condition. So if something, then you want to do this in the curly braces. So this is going to be the syntax. If I fill out the information, it is going to be a little bit more understandable. So let's say that I will create a let age equals 33 as well. And if age is all bigger than 18, so this is a true or false statement. This is something that is checkable, that will have actually a true or false value. So if this thing is true, then we want to console log out that you are an adult, just to be very, very, very simple. And so this is basically the idea of conditions and separating these things. And if you read it out loud, it really resembles an English sentence. If the age is bigger than 18, then log out, you are an adult. This is the idea. The syntax can be a little bit tricky at the beginning, but just remember to try to close all the brackets all the time. So if there is an opening bracket, just like in HTML, if there is an opening bracket, there should be always a closing bracket. If there is an opening bracket, there should be a closing bracket somewhere. If there is no closing bracket, then the code can break. The console of colors is going to print out the colors array that I defined here in the top. I will separate them a little bit so it is easy to see. Okay, so this is how you can create if statements. And notice that I also used indentation here. It is useful so you can see easily through the if, because it can have multiple statements. You can have as many statements as you want inside of the if. Obviously not all of them the same, not all of them needs to be the same, but I'm just trying to express that you can have as many as you want. And if you have them in the same line, again, just like with HTML, it will be hard to tell what is inside of the if and what is not. So if you make them a little bit inside, then you will be able to tell that where exactly is going to be the end of your if. And you can even see that if there is no closing bracket there, then it is going to be an error there. So for example, if I save this like removing this closing bracket like this, you can see that there are a bunch of things underlined in VS Code already. That is VS Code trying to help you that something is not wrong, not right. And obviously there are many things underlined because the whole structure is broken. So this is not right because it is not good anymore, but because the whole structure is broken, this is not good, and many things are broken. And probably where you will be able to find the error is where the first or around the first place where you have this underlining thing. But what will happen if we look at the console or actual browser here, you will see that here we also have an error. So we have something called uncaught syntax error, unexpected identifier, and that is basically a bad thing. You won't get any console logs, so you don't see anything. But if you fix the error, and we close actually the post with the curly braces and with a nice semicolon to end the sentence, and save the file. Don't forget to save the file. Then if we go back, then everything is going to be working after refreshing. If you haven't refreshed the page, you probably need to, but my live server is actually refreshing the page, and yours should be too, but sometimes it doesn't. So sometimes it's just worth refresh the page. Okay, so another hour has passed. Let's have a break because probably again your mind is exploding. So we will continue at I will put a console log here, console log here, that break until 17. Let's have a round number, 10, so you can have a little bit longer break. Okay, see you then. And then in the meantime, I will check if there is any comment that I have to answer. Hi, I'm back. Are you back? Are you back too? I hope that you are. The yellow sentence in the console, that this one is just something that extension of your Google Chrome or something is displaying, so you don't have to worry about it right now. Usually there are many things that can write into the console, so that can happen. But it is just yellow, and usually yellow things are not terrible, so you don't have to pay that much attention to them. Sometimes they can help, but in this case we can ignore that for now. Well, later you will be able to understand. So I hope that based on a couple of comments that you are trying to find your way back to the stream, and we will be able to continue. There is a there is a okay, so let's move on to continuing the if part. And then hopefully we will be able to finish everything in time. So the if statement, just like this, there was a question which is or actually multiple questions that you don't need to close the if or have a semicolon at the end of the ifs, and you don't actually, you just need to close the sentences or statements inside the if. So this is where you will need to put semicolons. Usually at the end of the ifs, you won't see any semicolons in any programming languages, actually, not just in JavaScript. So this is how generally an if statement is going to look like, actually, in almost all programming languages. So this is a very common structure. There is one more part to use with the ifs, and that is the what happens if this is oh, and actually we haven't checked it, so let's just run this. So right now the expectation is that the age is 33. So if the age is bigger than 18, we should print this out. So it is bigger than 18, so we should print that out. And if we look at the console, we will see that you're an adult. But let's do something about that. So if we change this to 12, then what we will see in the console, that we don't have that console log anymore. So again, everything is ran top to bottom. So every time we refresh the page, you can see that these log messages are popping up one by one. So every time you refresh the page, the whole JavaScript is going to run again from the top to the bottom. And if you change something, for example, we change this now to 12, it will mean that we don't see this console log at the end of this thing, just to make sure we can have this is the end of our code console log here, so we can be sure that that we don't have anything in between. So here we are actually logging out the post. As you can remember, it has a title, a description, a like count, and after that we are immediately jumping into this is the end of our code console log. So there is nothing in between. So this console log is not happening because right now the age is not bigger than 18, so the sentence is not true. But what happens if we want to have something that is happening exactly when this is not true? This is where you can use the else keyword after an if. So you can have an else and again curly braces, and then between the curly braces you can do anything if you want. You can console log, you can create variables, you can do anything that we will learn later. So pretty much anything. So I will just copy this thing here. There are many shortcuts that I'm using. For example, you can move around sentences or statements. You're a kid in VS Code. There is a keyboard shortcut for that. It is different on different. It is different on different operating systems. I'm not sure what is the actual keyboard shortcut for that, but you can always find the keyboard shortcuts by clicking on this I don't know something at the bottom. This is called, I don't know what it's called, something, what, grind, what, I don't know. So you can click on this and then you can open up the command palette, and here you can type keyboard shortcuts, and if you click this keyboard shortcuts reference as a help, then you cogwheel. Thank you. Jeer. Oh, nice. Setting mark. Thank you. You are helpful. Yeah, words that are not coming to my mind right now. So you can type keyboard, for example, and then you will find this keyboard shortcut reference, and it will take you to your default VS Code shortcuts in the browser. So you will be able to check what are the keyboard shortcuts for many things in VS Code. You can do a lot of stuff. And what I used is probably move line up and move line down. So this is what I used to move around the things, and you can see that there is a copy line up down. This is also what I used already. So these are things that you can get familiar with, and they make your life easier on the long run. So right now the point is that we have this else part, else keyword. And so when the age is bigger than 18, we are printing out or console logging out you are an adult. And otherwise, if that's not true, then we are console logging out that you are a kid. Let's see what happens in the console actually, and we can see that before this is the end of your code, we see that you're a kid, and we don't see the other one. So basically this is how you can have two separate parts, or actually even more, because you can have an if here as well, and then an else here as well. So you can actually combine these two things in together. So nest, just like you nested divs inside divs, or HTML elements inside HTML elements. You can put things into each other just like that. But I will remove this from the example. Okay, so this is the if, and it can be used for many things. Just imagine the situation that I already described. Like, is the user logged in? Then display login form, otherwise display newsfeed. This is a very common situation, and that is basically some if in a software somewhere. So let's move on to the And this is a very, very common thing in every programming languages. There is going to be something like this. So this is a very, very basic programming principle that you now learned and hopefully understand at least a little bit. But if you manage to master this, if your age is 18, that's a very good question. If your age is 18, then this sentence, like, is 18 is bigger than 18, that's not true. 18 is not bigger than 18. 18 is equal to 18. So this is not going to be a true sentence. If we have this here, it is going to print out still you're a kid, because of how this is actually calculated. But you can have an equal sign if you want to, and then we will go and see the other one, because now equals is also allowed, and bigger is also what we need. So bigger or equal is what we will have here. Okay. So this is a very, very common and the basic programming principle. And if you master it, then you can do many things with it, and you will use it very, very often. And let's move to the other very, very common programming principle that is called loops. And loops are going to be things that we need to repeat. So there are usually things that you want to do repeatedly in a software. Going back to, again, the very basic Facebook example, you have like 20 posts below each other, and you want to display them exactly the same. So you want to style the title like this, you want to style the description like that, you want to put the title of the post here, you want to put the like count there, and all these things are going to happen exactly the same, just with different posts, obviously, to put them in a row below each other, for example. And you can do that manually one by one by having that in the code and extracting this information from different variables. Or you can create a loop that is going to repeatedly execute the same things 20 times for 20 different posts or something like that. So the idea of the loops is to repeat the same things multiple times. And we are going to try that out. So the idea is very simple. Using it is very hard. So don't be ashamed, or don't feel bad if at first it is going to be hard to actually make it useful for you. But generally it is very, very easy to use. So if you type 4, that is going to be the keyword for a loop, and it is seeable, I hope. So if you type 4, then this is going to be the keyword for a for loop. And as you can see, that there is a couple of example of things that we already get, just like with the HTML. VS Code is giving us a lot of things. And if you select the second option, that has this I don't know, like a border, top border, and then a dot at the bottom. This usually means that it is going to generate some code. So this icon is going to generate a little code snippet for you. So if we select this, we will see a very generic for loop that is generated by VS Code for us. And I will move this a little bit to the left so we can see the whole thing together. And let's actually just try to look at what this will do, because it can be very complicated at the beginning. But I will create something that is more simple. VS Code can actually have multiple selections, multiple cursors. Right now you can see that here is a cursor, here is a cursor, here is a cursor, and here is a cursor. Both of them are the index keywords, basically. So I will remove all of them, and I will put just an I instead of them. So we shortened this whole thing a little bit. Instead of index, we have just I. And then you can just go back to one regular cursor by using the escape key. And instead of this array.length, I will just use 10 here, and I will just say console log I. What do you think will happen if we check the console log? So before this is the end of our code, and after you're an adult, so between these two console logs, what are we going to see in the console? There is a wide guess, 9 times I. That is not really good idea so far. Write I 10 times. That is a better idea. But yeah, actually the write the numbers from 0 to 9 is a very, very good guess. But let's check. This is what we are having here. So what happens is nice. Someone actually put the numbers from 0 to 9 one by one. Cool. This is how you can generate comments. Great. So yeah, actually this is what's going to happen. We are not printing out the I, because remember that we don't have quotation marks. This is how we print out an actual text. This is not a text. This is an actual variable. So we will print out the variable's value, just like we print out it here in the colors and here with the post, or if we print out an age or name or anything like that. So we will print out the variable's value, and we will do that 10 times. Why 10 times? Because this for loop is constructed that it is going to execute exactly 10 times. Why is that? Well, the first part, if you see this parentheses, this is how the for loop is constructed. And if you check the first part before this semicolon, if you check it, it is basically just creating a variable. We already know that. We say let the name of the variable, and then equal sign and adding a value. So we say that I should be 0. I should be created and I should be 0. This is short for index. But yeah, so this is the first part. The second part usually needs to be, not usually, it needs to be a condition, something that is true or false. In this case, this is a condition that is true or false, smaller, I smaller than 10. And this is a condition, and until this condition is true, we are going to repeat anything that is here in between the curly braces. So again, in the curly braces, you can have as many statements or variables, creation, anything that you want. But the point is that whatever happens in between the curly braces is going to happen until this is true. If this is false, then we are over the for loop and we are moving to the next line of the code, which is going to be this is the end of our code console log. So until the second part is true, until we are repeating this. And the trick is that there is a third part, and that is if you remember, this is a shortcut for this statement from before. We already saw that. So we can increase the i's value by 1. And the trick is that after every time we repeated this, we actually increase the i's value by 1. So we run it the first time, we executed the first time, I is going to be 0, and then we increase the I is going to be 1, and we check if this condition is still true. 1 is smaller than 10, so we continue, we repeat it again, and then print it out again, and then increase it again. So I is going to be 2. We can check it. 2 is still smaller than 10, so we are going to print out 2 and move forward by incrementing it to 3, checking it if it's still smaller than 10, and then we are going to print out 3 as well. So this is the general idea, and it will happen until we reach a point where the I is going to be higher than where this is going to be not true, and that is going to be at 10. So when we reach 10, you remember that 10 smaller than 10 is not true, so this is not a true statement. So when that happens, we are not going to execute or repeat this anymore, but we are going to move forward. So this is the basic idea of the loop, to repeat things many times. And this is the result. So we are having 10 console log statements, but all of the printed out things are going to be different. And yes, with this you can pretty easily do something that won't actually stop. So if here you specify something that is not going to ever change from, let's say, true to false, like for example, I is bigger than -1, that is always going to be true. Even though we are incrementing the I, that is going to be always true. Or if I'm just saying plain and simply true here, that is not going to be ever changed. If I do this, then what we will see is that my browser is killing it. Probably the maybe even the stream will cut, but so this is this window is frozen. Basically, I can't do anything with it right now. So I will just move this back to and hope for the best. Okay, now I will just close it. I can't even close it. I killed my machine during live review. Okay, so let's open this up again. Open with live server. Yeah, so don't do that. You can pretty easily break your browser with an endless loop. So I was just demonstrating it for you, but you can sometimes you can run into that. So if the page is not responding and you just see this thing and then something is not happening that it should be, and everything is like a Boeing engine is starting up from your machine, then probably you did an endless loop and your computer is calculating and running code continuously, and it won't stop. And that is bad because your computer is not going to have enough resources to do that for a long time. So at some point, either your operating system is going to kill the thing, or the browser sometimes can kill it automatically. So yeah, that's not a good thing to do. Okay. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Okay. Yeah, if and this code is running in the browser. It is not connected with live server. Live server is just to put the HTML code and JavaScript into accessible position. But after it is loaded in the browser, the JavaScript and your HTML, it is going to be in the browser. So even if you kill the live server below it, so if I'm closing the live server with this button here, this is how you can close the live server. That won't really affect the browser tab. So you have to close the browser tab somehow in order to get rid of this problem. Okay, so this is a very basic type of for loop, and you can do anything here inside. You can have an if again inside. You can even have another for loop inside if you want. So that is perfectly fine also. But I want to show you a different type of for loop, because that is this is useful sometimes, but most of the times you can you can use Ctrl+C to break an endless for loop if you are writing a console application that is running in a terminal, but we are not doing that. We are creating a browser application, so you won't be able to break that endless loop in the console. You have to close the browser tab. endless loop, the next Marvel movie. Okay. So there is another type of for loop that is usually much more useful, and that is looping through actually an array. So most of the times you will have this was my original example, like you have 20 posts and you want to display them exactly the same. So let's say that we have actual posts array, let posts equals, and this is going to be an array, and inside of this array there is going to be an object that has a title, first post, and like count, just to be simple, 12. And then it will have another object with the same information, title, second post, and like count. This is a more popular post. So again, this is just an array of two objects. So they are the same object as before, just with a little less amount of information specified, but it is also just in a simple array, just like the colors. Just we are not using texts as separate values, but objects. And in this case, we can try actually looping through the colors at first, because that's simple, but I just created the post so we can use that later. The only thing that you have to pay attention to is like closing the brackets in the right order. So I usually do this, and actually VS Code helps you with this. So anytime you open a bracket, you will get the closing pair automatically, and in between you will have to type. So it's very hard to break this situation. So you will have the closing pair anytime you are opening a bracket. So if you pay attention not to remove one of them, then you will be probably fine. But yeah, so this is something that you can try to remember for the long run. Oops, I closed the string. Okay, so the other type of for loop, or other type of loop, is to go through items, actual items, just like I said, like posts of Facebook posts. But let's use the colors. So here we have the colors, and let's print it out. Console log, just to remember what it was. So the colors is for texts, and we can use a for loop to get the texts one by one, because probably you want to have them want to do them something one by one, not all together. So probably you want to create a block in HTML for all of the colors, or you want to use them in different places, but probably you want to have them one by one and do something. Right now what we will do is print them out one by one, not like this, like the whole array. This is the whole array. We want to print it out just orange, just blue, just green, like with a for loop. And you can easily do that with just like what we did before, colors and dot. And there are many things here. And there is one that starts with a for, and actually it is ending with an each. And if again, you have to try a little hard, but it can be said as a sentence, like for each color in these colors. This is the idea behind the for each. So this is going to be something that again will have to happen in this parentheses, because like these something dot something else is always like this. It has a parentheses, and then something happens in between. And here what will happen is that we will pick one color, and for that one color we are going to do something. And if you see a pattern, so doing something is always happening between curly braces. So these are the things that are happening in, or doing something special in special cases. So this is repeating, this is doing something only when this is not true. This is doing something when this is true. So here we will also use the curly braces. So for each color we want to do something, and between these curly braces you can have statements, just like before. Only difference is that you will have color variable that is actually defined here, and we are going to use that color variable to print it, just to print it out right now, so we can see what happens. Color, and if we check out this code, what it does is that it prints out one by one the colors. And this is probably very tough and very much information right now, and I totally get that. But this is basically kind of the last type of situation what you have to accept in order to create many interesting things. And then maybe rushing a little bit, because it's so hard not to get to the very, very interesting and interactive parts. But you have to kind of understand it, or at least see how it goes. And you will be able to try out all these things tomorrow and play with it. And hopefully you will get a better understanding. If you don't have to understand all of this, but at least, like, okay, now if I have to do something 10 times, I know that I can use this block here. This is a syntax sugar. This is something just like a semicolon, a special thing that we use for this. So this is the thing that we will have to put here, and this thing actually is what I did here unintentionally. I mean, not unintentionally, but intentionally, not talking about it previously, but just trying to explain what is happening here. This is what's called a function in many programming languages. So here we created a function basically in between the parentheses. Let me show you how you can do a function in JavaScript. So you can put a function into a variable. So this is going to be my function. And then you can have, what is a function actually? It's like you get an input and then you execute something. Yes, I will get there. This is a little bit complicated, so just try to listen out. Maybe it will make sense. So basically, a function is going to be something that is a executable line of code, or something that you want to reuse multiple times in multiple places, and it can have some kind of input and it can have some kind of output, but the point is that it is going to be a line of code that you can use, and you name those line of codes that are together. And this is what we did here. We created basically a function, because this is how you can create a function. You can put it into a variable, and the first part is what's called the input part, or the parameters of the function. If you remember from mathematical functions, like something like this, from mathematics, like something like that. This is also a function, and this is the input parameter, and then you will have some kind of result, like you will use the input somehow. So this is what will happen. If you have 5, then you want to have 5 times 5 as a result. And this is kind of the same. Just here on the other side, you can't just have mathematical expressions, but actual statements, anything that you want to do. So we will have an input parameter like x, and then we will have this arrow sign, which is the equivalent of this, and then we will have this x times x. So this is the equivalent of this mathematical function. But again, here we are not necessarily need to create just a mathematical thing. We can actually have any kind of JavaScript expression or statement and curly braces. So here we can console log the x, for example, or anything. And this is, if you look at it, this is exactly what's happening here. just we are not using X, but we are using color. So what happens is that for each is going to basically go through one by one on the colors, which is if we remember, orange, blue, and I don't know, green and stuff like that, and many things, yellow, for example. So we will have this repeatedly executed part. We will have console log, in this case 4 times, and one time the color that we defined here in the for each. This is a new thing that we introduced, and the for each is going to basically put the orange into the color for the first time, and then when we move on to the next one, the for each is going to put the blue into the color, and then the for each is going to put the green into the color, and then the yellow into the color, and then we will move on to the next line. So this is basically do something for each of the elements in this array, and here you can name this as anyhow. So this can be X. Then you will be able to use X here inside of this thing, or you can call it unicorn. It doesn't matter. For each is just going to put orange into unicorn then, and then put unicorn here, because that's the only thing that we have, obviously, other than, I don't know, previous things that we created before. Can we use equals instead of thing? It's no, you can't. If you use equals something, then that means that you are comparing two things. So for example, if you say my something equals X equals I don't know, X times X, then we are comparing here two values. This is the first value that we are comparing to this value, and if X is not defined, then you are not going to have a right code. It is going to be an error because X is not defined. This is using existing values. Here we are not using existing values. Here we are just imagining that we will get an X from somewhere. Like here we will get the unicorn. For each is going to put orange in it, but we don't know at this point what it will be. So this is how a function usually works. You just say that I will need an input. For example, if we create a, let's say, what other easy function that we can create, greeter function, is going to be something that we want to say a console log to like this, like hello and the name, and in this case you can always say that you can write hello Adam and then hello Peter and then whatever. But it would be really great if like this happens a lot of times. I don't know, Mate, Reka, and you want to not repeat this code, but you want to have a function that does this. Then what you can do is basically look at what is the difference and create a function that is going to be a parameter of that function. So in this case, we want to create a greeter function that has a parameter with a name, and then we can use that function 4 times later, and we don't have to write this line 4 times. So let's do that, and probably it will it will work. We will get to that in a minute. So instead of this, we can have a let greeter that is going to be a function. So we will actually do something like something arrow key and then this thing. This is how we create a function. And the something here is going to be the name, because that's going to be the input for these for these sentences. So I will say name. And what we want to do is console log hello, and here we want to put the name. So we can either add it together, the two things, or use the backtick signs just like before, name, and then this is going to work with any name, not just these four, but any name. So I can replace these. I don't have to write this anymore 4 times. I can say that I want to greet not the best thing, but I want to greet Adam, I want to greet Peter, I want to greet Mate, and I want to greet Rekha, because these are the names that I used before. And these lines will have exactly the same result. So let's look at it, because we can check it out. We can see that it is hello Adam, hello Peter, hello Mate, and hello Rekha. And here you can have any kind of ifs. If name is Adam, then we can print out also that he's an adult, because he's an adult, or whatever you want to do. So you can do anything inside this curly braces, just like what we did before. You can put these pieces together like Lego blocks anyhow. And don't worry if this feels too much. Again, tomorrow in the exercises, they are all going to be detailed and again explained, so just like before. So let's look at this, and what we can see, that after hello Adam there is he is an adult, and after anything else there is no he's an adult, because the name was not Adam, just in the first case. Okay, so big breath, and let's have a break and the Kit Kat, and again big mind blow and everything. But this is yes, you can do that, and this is exactly what I did with the colors here. I'm just showing you what a function can do on its own, and I can repeat the function 4 times, and this is what the for each will do, just with individually with the elements of the array. No, if you want to have something like that, then you would have to repeat the same thing. So you can say that if name is Adam or if name is Mate, then you can do the same thing with Mate if you want to. And the indexes HTML is nothing changed. I never touched it so far. There is the red hello word inside and the scripts.js. And let's have a break. But before the break, I will push these things so you can check it out if you want to during the break. in the link description below. So I will first 3 parts and commit to master, and then publish, and I hope that it is going to be here in this repository, and yes, it is here. So here you can check out the index.html if you need to. You can check out the marvelous styles that I created, and also the scripts that I did so far. And then we will continue with the last part, which is, I hope, that not going to be that long. We just have a little. So break. 10 minutes. We are going to continue at 18:11. So, hello and welcome back to the final and fourth and most fun part of this whole thing, because so far we just had very complicated and mind-blowing things that we did in this scripts file, and do many things like ifs, like if this is true then do this, otherwise do that, or repeat things many times, or doing something and reusing that many times, and or for eaching something, and these, but the fun part is that this is just needed to get a picture of examples that can be done, and how you can build up very complicated softwares. These are the building blocks of them. Basically, all of them will have for loops and ifs, and arrays, and for each. So this is basically the building block of each program. But here comes the fun part. Here comes the thing where we will actually able to modify things, or interact with the user, and I will just show you the basics of it. There are many ways what you will be able to do with JavaScript, but we will detail more in the exercises tomorrow. But you can also find a lot of resources online. There are literally hundreds of things that you are able to do or change, or anyhow react to things. But we will go through the very basics of everything. And in order to do that, I will just try to open something that has a content, and let's think about that. So for example, if I go to codepen.io, and I will go to my dashboard to look at things that I created, and these are the other ones. Let's pick something. Let's pick this. This is going to be good. Okay, so I will copy the HTML part of this, and put it into the HTML part of this project, and I will copy the CSS part as well, so it will be very neatly styled. And let's see how it looks. It looks exactly how it's supposed to look. So we successfully copied from the CodePen. You don't have to always export it. You can just copy and paste it in. It is probably even easier than exporting, now that I think about it. Whatever. So we have this very beautiful things here, and the thing is that what you want to probably do is somehow interact with these elements that are in the HTML, and you can do that multiple ways. There is actually multiple ways to do anything, even different libraries inside of JavaScript to handle things. And actually, I'm going to show you a JavaScript library and how to use and interact with elements with it, because it is very easy to use, and very similarly created in mind for beginners, I guess. So it is a very, very easy thing. If you got the basics, then you will be able to use it very, very conveniently. So what we are going to talk about is basically jQuery. That is a JavaScript library. So we are not going to use the standard JavaScript things, because those are a little bit complicated. Sometimes it is hard to know what to be used or where. jQuery has a simple and simplified way of usage, to my opinion, and I also learned this at first from JavaScript, so I think it was very easy to learn compared to the original one, which is having longer things to remember, and sometimes you have to do this, sometimes you have to do that type of things, and you have to understand more about JavaScript in order to decide what is good to use. In jQuery it is simplified and it will handle these things for you. So the idea is that jQuery is a library, so you have to include jQuery somehow in your project. Luckily that's very, very easy, because you just have to use another script tag. So here in the HTML we already have our scripts, and before that our scripts are loaded, we are going to use another script tag that is jQuery's script tag. And how to do that is we will provide a link or the exact code snippet that you will have to copy. But if you are more adventurous, you can search for jQuery on the internet, and you will probably find it because it's very easy to find. And if you click download, I think you can pick any of them, basically. Compressed or uncompressed, it doesn't really matter. And then here you have the whole jQuery code. This is very, very complicated. It doesn't really matter. But this is basically the thing that we want to. So this is the code. This is what we want to include in our project. And this is what I will copy right now. So this is copied, and I will create another script tag with the source attribute, and I will put this there. And then I have jQuery inside my project. And why is this good? Because we can use the jQuery's simple things to interact with HTML elements. So how does it work? Let's move all these things to the bottom, and I will have a comment here. So this is from first part to the third, and this is the fourth part. So this is what we did, or where we are going to put our jQuery things. So how we can use it is basically with a $sign. This is going to be the starting point of any jQuery thing, and this is the last thing that you will have to remember, hopefully. So this is the standard or general idea of jQuery. Selector here, and then some kind of action, and this is what you can do. And the beautiful thing is that here you can use CSS selectors. So if you remember, and you probably remember CSS selectors, you can use any kind of CSS selector. For example, in this website, on this page, we have 4 divs and an h1, but you can also check the index HTML. So we have one h1 and we have 4 divs. The easiest thing that we can select is, just because we are in JavaScript, we need to still use the quotation marks, any of them, in order to have a text, and the selector is going to be a text. We can select all of the divs, for example, and then we can do something with them. And for example, if we want to rewrite the content of them to anything, we can say that we want to change the text of them to hello world. And then if we run this and we look at the page, what we'll see is that they are immediately changed, because obviously the JavaScript was executed immediately, and this is the top of the JavaScript, so it didn't wait for us or anything, but we changed the content from JavaScript. And basically this is the structure, or kind of the structure of every jQuery thing, and you will be able to use it to change the appearance of the any kind of element. So if you want to, you can say that you can want to change the CSS of an element. The only difference is that the CSS, if you remember, have two parts, a property and the value. So we can say that we want to change the background to, I don't know, purple. And if I save it, we will see that the JavaScript was executed, and the background is changed to purple. And the good thing is that you can put this into conditions, because we learned about if. So if something is true, then we can do that. Otherwise, we can do this, and so on and so forth. Why we want to change the text of something that is written in the HTML is because, for example, I have a like button, and I want to increase the number that is displayed. Like if we have, for example, p tag here with a number that is 313, and we can have a h2 here, likes, and then we have a button like. Then if I hit this like button, I want to change the number in this p tag, so I want to increase it. Or if there is a new comment and I want to display it, add it to the previously displayed comments. So for example, a comment section, or if you think about it, just a to-do application is going to start with an empty thing. So if I have like a to-do app, but there is probably online simple to-do list. So here I don't know if I can everything has to be something, but the point is that that you can imagine that if you have a to-do list that is going to be very empty, or not very empty, that is going to be totally empty at the beginning. So if you want to add some content, you will probably have add new to do input field and the button, and then if you want to push the button, if the user pushes the button, then you want to put the inputs content into a list, and then you, for example, if the user finishes to do because it is already done, then you want to delete that element, and so on. So there are many things why you want to change the content of the uh, of the HTML. Override the content of the HTML, or only the displayed content is different? That is a very good question. So if you look at your HTML code in VS Code, then this HTML is not going to change. So this is a file on your computer, and after you open it in a browser, the browser is going to load that HTML code and display it. But from that point, the HTML code is going to be in the browser opened, and the opened browser version is going to change, and the display is going to change. But your file, your HTML file, is not going to change if you change it with JavaScript. So just in the browser. And if you hit the refresh button, you can see that for a minute or a moment, they were all yellow, and I can do that multiple times. I don't know if that is seeable on the stream, because it is really just for a millisecond or something. That these are still yellow at the beginning when the page is loaded, but then so they will be all the time yellow because the HTML is not changed, and the styles are not changed. So here they all still have yellow background that is not changed at all, even though we changed this part of the thing. So that is only changed in the browser. Basically, you can say that only the display is changing. Okay, so there are many things that you can do. I showed you CSS. You can add the class to any of the elements that you have. So for example, let's have a class here, hidden, that is going to be display none, and then we can add this to the divs, but let's just add it to the first one instead. So there is a toggle class, and we want to toggle the class that we created, which was hidden. The toggle class is just a shortcut. If there is a hidden class on this HTML, then it will remove it. If there is no hidden class on them, it will add it. So you can toggle like a switch. If it was there, then it removes it. If it was not there, it will add it. And now, if I go back here, what we will see that the first one is disappearing, but we can change that to the second. And then the second one disappeared. We can change that to the third. And then the third one disappearing. And the last one is the dog. Change that to the dog, fourth. And then the dog is disappearing, and we only have 3 of these things. But we can also remove the P if we want to. Then we will have the 4 buttons, and we don't have the like count here. So you can toggle CSS classes if you want to. You can change the text. I showed you already. If you want to in a content, you can even change the whole HTML. The difference between these two is if you just use text, then HTML is not going to be accepted there. So how to try this out? Text, hello world. So into the P, we want to change it to hello world, and if we look at it, we will see that it is changed to hello world. But what happens if I want to, let's say, put it into a strong tag to make it bold, because this is how you can make bold with a HTML tag easily. What will happen is that it is just going to display the tags instead of using the tags. But if you use the HTML, then it is going to understand it as HTML, and then the tags are going to be used. So here you can completely replace any content with a totally HTML part. Yes, you can do that in the standard JavaScript within our HTML, but we are talking about JavaScript. So let's just put it here that the text was like that. We changed the CSS like this, background purple, and what did we do? We toggled the class. So first dot toggle class, and we said hidden. Okay. So this is very nice and beautiful. I know I'm a graphic designer, so I'm perfectly capable of creating very, very nice and example designs. Now that was a joke. I'm sorry, but I guess it's not really the point. But right now I can just come these things from my head, and I just want to focus on the actual functionality more than the design right now. What is interesting still is appending and removing. Appending is something like you want to put afterwards, so you don't want to replace the whole content of this p tag, because we already tell that this is going to be a class. So we don't have to say that we want to have this class added, because we can just toggle classes. We can toggle IDs or tags or anything like that. This is just going to be class names anyhow. So you don't have to specify it with a dot like in CSS. Here you can select anything. So here you need the dot. You can select a tag, you can select a class, you can select an ID, you can select anything. But this is going to be just a simple class name anytime. Just like in HTML when you use class equals, here you also don't have to put the dot, because these are always going to be class names. But good question. So appending is removing or adding something instead of overriding. So here the text and the HTML is going to override the whole thing. But let's put another thing here. Append another, and what we will see is that we didn't actually remove the hello world like we did with the original content of the P. And here the text is actually overridden by the HTML part as well. So these are not visible. This is not visible, and the original content was not visible as well, which is 13, if you remember. So we overridden the 13, then we overridden the textly displayed this kind of thing with the HTML, and then we append to it. You can look at how the append works and how it put it together if we inspect this thing, and we will be able to see that basically at the end of this tag we got what we put in between the parentheses. So it is basically added to the end of it. And here here probably goes a question that, okay, and if I want to put it in the beginning of the thing, you will be able to put it in the beginning of the thing with something else. I don't know from the top of my head, but you can always check jQuery append before something like that, and then you will get insert before. There is an insert before, or prepend. Actually, there is a prepend, even better probably. So you can look at what are the possibilities. There are lots of them, and I can't really go through all. But it's not really necessary at all. And then you can remove also elements. So if we want to, we can totally remove all divs from the whole thing, and then we will have no divs at all. So this is how you can play around. And the last thing that I need to show you, just to see how you can actually interact, is basically by using the same idea. We created a button, so we can select the button, and then we saw many of these things. Like CSS text, any click, what happened, remove and stuff. And if we click on the button, then we want to do something. And this is why we actually needed the functions a little bit, because here we will need to have a function, because if you click on the button, you want to execute code. That's where you want to do things. When you click on the button, probably, or the user did something, that's where you want to execute JavaScript most of the time. Probably you want to execute a little bit at the beginning when the page is loaded, so like this. But most of the things will happen when the user clicks or does something. So this is where we are going to need something. And again, this can have an input, but not necessary. If you don't have an input, you can just have an empty parentheses if you don't need the input. But there is an event that is called the input of this thing, but you don't have to put it here. We won't really use it. And I will put this first toggle class here because that is going to make it interesting. And I will also comment out the div remove, because otherwise we won't see anything, because all of the divs are removed, and this is a div. So let's see what we will see right now. We see that all of the divs are here, but if I click the like button, the first one disappears, and if I click again, it appears, because we are toggling the hidden button. And this is basically the interactivity. And now I opened a very huge possible I don't know, waterfall where you can basically create anything, because with this there are limitless possibilities what you can do. You just have to combine these things together, but actually very complicated softwares are just putting these pieces together, and obviously they are using very huge amount of code, and structuring that is going to be not this simple, but probably takes a lot more time. But this is the basic idea, and all of these softwares are going to have these elements just combined together in certain ways. And so with this, if you combine them like Lego blocks enough, you can do many things, which is very cool. So this is what I wanted to show you, and this was fast. I hope that you could follow, at least if you haven't remembered all of them. But basically, these are the basic building blocks of JavaScript and the jQuery library. And with this, you can pretty easily do very cool things, very complicated applications. Because if you think of it, basically everywhere, if you do something, that's usually a click or usually a typing something, and you know how to handle the click. I mean, you know how to react to a click. And handling the typing something can happen multiple ways. If you are really interested in that, you can look it up easily. But I think it's best to understand at first how the click is actually working and try to create things that are click based. It appears because we are toggling the class. So if it was there, we are going to remove the class. If it was not there, we are going to add it again. So toggle is like a switch. It's like this, switching on off. This is what we are doing with that. And I wanted to. So this was a lot. I wanted to go to the tomorrow exercises a little bit. We are going to still work on it a little bit until tomorrow's workshop, but they are already up there, or most of them. And the point is that at the beginning, these things are basically just, again, the capturing the basics of JavaScript. So trying everything out with a lot of description. So if you feel that you're familiar with variables and expressions from other languages, you already tried it out, you may probably want to skip the first one or two if you want to, because this one is actually a bit long. But there are a lot of things that we had to cover in this thing, and because there are a lot of things combined together, I actually created a cheat sheet where I quickly summarize all the things. So if you don't remember how to do this or what is the actual syntax for something, here you will be able to find everything that I think I used or created. So on this page, you will see how to create number variables or comparisons and booleans, and using the AND logical operator and for loops and for each. And also jQuery, basic examples of how to use jQuery, and that's basically the idea. That you can use this if you need quickly something, but here everything is going to be detailed again, so you can go through it with your own pace if you need to. And tomorrow it is going to be a workshop about this, so you can start working on the first JavaScript exercises, and I think if you are familiar with this, then you can quickly go through these exercises. So you will probably finish tomorrow. If you already worked with some of these or anything like that before, but if you haven't, then it will probably take more time to to finish all of them or go through all of them. So if this was your first introduction to any kind of programming language, then don't be afraid if this doesn't solvable in 4 hours for you. So that's perfectly normal. And next week we are going to have a bigger project that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript combined together, where you can actually build a smaller but actually working application where the user can interact. And again, that is going to be probably solvable for few of you who are already faster than light in a couple of days maybe. But we will try to have a complicated version again for those who are working in a higher pace. And yeah, and because of there is not going to be any new topics, so this was the last material review, so this is the last topic that I wanted to introduce. If you don't finish the exercises tomorrow, don't worry, because you will have time next week in the same time to continue with it. And I think that was all that I wanted to say. And I was looking at there are going to be a huge exercise, even bigger than the Anakin one, next week. But maybe I will create like a backend how to store something in the DB type of tutorial at the end of the course. So if you are interested in that, you can even continue with that. But I'm not sure if I will have the time. But I can definitely direct you in places where you can continue and keep up working on these things. So please send solution for the task. As again, the solutions are going to be, or not solutions, the exercises are going to be available until the internet stands. So until the universe or a meteor doesn't blow up the servers where we are storing them, they are going to be available. The course materials, the material reviews, until YouTube stands, you will be able to rewatch them. Discord is going to be online, and even the questions and answers website is going to be online until the internet stands. So yeah, that's the idea. So tomorrow workshop exercises about JavaScript, and next week big project where you can use JavaScript on a website. And then the thing is officially over, because we wanted to have this 3 weeks, like 2 weeks of introduction of the building blocks, and then 1 week of working and putting together something bigger. And then if you want to continue, we will give you a couple of materials where you can continue in your own pace. But I guess you already heard the news that the Hungarian government is having many course opportunities, and we are going to be part of that. And so you can check out what we will offer on the long run in this similar thing. So yes, tomorrow workshop exercises about JavaScript. That is going to be tomorrow. I hope that you enjoyed so far, and I hope that you will go until the end. And I will send you feedback forms again tomorrow and after the last week as well. So that is what you can expect. And I don't know. I guess we saw each other in this type of thing the last time, so it is a little bit emotional. But yeah, thank you for being here, and go through it. It is awesome that you are doing it. So that's it. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.